Alright, everyone. Gosh, I think it's been about a week, to be honest, since we last did stream together. Trevor's been kind of busy trying to focus on a few other things. But anyway, not the point. The point is we are here today, and yeah. Today we are going to be continuing with the, today we're going to be continuing with the Euro Tour. I'm still trying to get everything up and running. Anyway, we're here on the ground at Airport Look, which is where we left off last week. So anyway, let me just go ahead and get our flight here. My words, European detour. Let's see here. Craft 321. Taking enough cargo though. And we're off to. Actually, before we take this one, let me just take a look at the iPad here. Yeah, let's take a look at the iPad here. Real quickly, take a look at this upcoming airport. Just make sure we are in the correct aircraft for it. Okay, let's see here. We're off to Lima Bravo Papa Delta. Lima Bravo Papa Delta. Bulgaria. Oh yeah, this one's fun. ILS or nav. You do have an ILS. Oh yeah, it'll be fun for 321 on this one. Aim for departure time. Give me time 5-5. I'll give me a minute. Open up sim brief. Let's see here. New flight. 3-5 Papa. From Airport Look to Airport Lima Bravo Papa Delta. Lima Bravo Papa Delta. Taking 321. CFM. Generate this flight. Pre-file VATSIM. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Here, let me maybe not leak this information here. Oh, come on. Let me just do it through the computer because iPad's not cooperating. Already slight delay. Bloody wonderful. Already slight delay. Pre-file VATSIM. There we go. filed on VATSIM now. Let me just go ahead and get Baltimore Air Group up real quickly. Flights, file flight, import sim brief, file, copy this code. Open flight, there we go. Alright, now we're ready to begin setting up this aircraft. Almost, that is. Let me also re-enable my detents real quickly. Alright, anyway. Starting power on, nav lights to on, crew supply, 1, 2, 3, get the batteries on. Boom, boom. Just like that, we're already in the, already have the McDo up. Because this thing is amazing. Mass imbalance. Load aircraft fast. That works. I do need to quickly take a look at something. There's settings in here. Time margin. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, anyway. When we take a look at the charts, why is the iPad not showing? Come on, iPad. Why are you not showing? Unless my thing here just decided to take a shit, which it might have. Come on, why are you not showing? Deactivate. Activate. 1 second. There we go. And we get flights and imports from SimBrief. There we go. Alright, so out of here, runway 09, 190 degrees, 01 knots. Okay, what does that mean in terms of airport layout? Because I remember when we were here, we had some issues. Nope, 09. We can take a 09 departure because yeah, 09 is flat, or at least appears to be. It's the other runway that becomes the issue. So yeah, take 09. Or could take. What's the other one? 27. I like 27 better. On a Lipta. We are on a Lipta 1 whiskey departure. There we go. And then arrival airport should be looking fine. Yeah, and we'll figure out the runway once we're airborne for it. Anyway. Deal with that real quickly. Init. Init request. Okay. Flight number Charlie Hotel Sierra 35 Papa. Alright, what is, if we were to look at the FP here, cost index is 9, and our cruising altitude 320. Kind of shitty. Probably go up even farther than that, to be honest. Yeah, I think that's 320 anyway. Playable. Yeah. Well, interesting. We can go to 330. I think we'll, more likely than not, I think we're gonna end up taking 340. So, anyway, we are fully loaded already. It's here. Zero fuel weight 63.8. Center of gravity is 25.1. Before I forget, let's get the wind data. Good to see that the radars are working. Alright, and then what's next? Get the flight. We're good and finish loading in the departure. Departure is going to be out of runway 27 on a Lipta 1 whiskey. And in terms of what this departure looks like, calls for at or above flight level 5-5 at Lipta. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Alright. Now, what's there? The QNH. QNH, ooh, 1014. Nice. Been set 5,500 initial climb. Right there. There we go. Just go and get the APU on now, just because may as well. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the meantime, I just want to do a dead flight controls check. Full up, full down, full left, full right. Boom, 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 boom. There. Dead flick control check works. Alright. Let's just get some performance data, and then we are good to get out of here, I think. Taking 2-6 for departure. 2-6 or 2-7? 2-7. Disable that. On what? Flaps 1. Okay, flaps 3 then. Enable assume temp. No, I'll take flaps 3 toga just for this one, just because we're gonna take the shorter runway for no good reason other than the fact that the scenery is shit. So, all right. Let's see here. V1 127. Rotate 127. Say climb 1 2 3. On a flaps 3. Check 1 3 3 on the rotate speed. Alright. And I think we're actually about good to go. Though I might reset my views ever slightly just so I can have that bit more of that view. I'll try it out. I couldn't try it out for a moment. Do you want to chase the plane? Alright. Let's see. We have an AP available. Good. Get wing lights on. But then go to 2. Let's go and get GSX fired up. You know, chase plane. Just
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Alright, no. And then our plan for
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
oh, come on. And our plan for push is going to be push and start. No, face left.
Locking gear.
Push and start face left now is going to be the plan. Let me quickly disable the ground shocks and everything. This is gonna marker. No, it's not gonna work. Because this one doesn't have
Release
static
parking brake.
IP address yet.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright. Lima uniform, kilo traffic. Chesapeake 3-5 Papa, stand 8, push and start facing east. Lima uniform, kilo traffic. Okay, we were stand 17, but whatever. It's GSX. Right.
Set parking brakes. Unlocking gear.
Wow, GSX. You buffoon. GSX, you absolute buffoon. Three not 7. Start fight now. Beacon's on. You know, it's the thing again. P
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
/
Left is clear. Right is clear.
and what port is it again? 8083. There we go. There we go. Alright, we got 2 good engine starts. Get the flaps to full then. Let's see here. Flight controls. Check the rudder. Rudder checked. Full up. Full down. Full left. Full right. Okay, there we go. Flaps up. Go. Taxi lights on now. APU bleed off. Taxi via Alpha 2. For runway 27. Jazanu traffic. Chesapeake 3-5 Papa taxi now holding point Alpha 2 for runway 27 via Lima 4 and Alpha 2. Jazanu traffic. Alright. Let's get the weather off, or let's get the weather on. Let's get out of here, shall we? Might be a bit of a tight taxi here soon, but that's fine. Okay, I can see that pretty well, I think. Okay, we go flaps to 3 now. Don't know why I didn't have that data in my system. Oh, I see why. We are very full on cargo today. Can go runway turn off lights on now. Strobies to on. Brake max. To go config normal. You're just literally going to continue straight ahead. Going to continue around. And we're going to line up via Alpha 2. I'm curious about something. I'm not really going to show here, but I actually enabled something that appears to have already been helping out the main thread of the CPU. And what I did was I enabled what's known as I forget what it is now. I'll have to look it up. But essentially, it's a setting in the BIOS. And what it does is it allows your CPU to access your VRAM. Okay. Now, there are cases where you should leave it off. For example, when I had my 4060, leave it off. But it allows, when our memory is down, our GPU memory is up. But not only does it help reduce visual, some of those AMD artifacts, but it also allows the CPU to access more of that, or a bit more of that video memory. Right now, officially, I think AMD calls it smart memory management, though that's not. That's, in my opinion, a pretty poor name for it. But if you have loads of VRAM like I do, then it might be worth enabling the setting to help out that main thread. Because look at us, we're getting a solid 60 now. I mean, are we still very much main thread limited? Yes. Yes, we are. But at the same time, we're not doing badly now, are we? This does not look like it's going to go well. Chizanu traffic, just speak 3-5 Papa lining up now runway 27, Chizanu traffic. This looks a little sketchy. Lights on. No lights to take off. It's better than what's down there. It's better than that slipping runway. Let's go. Let's go now. You're definitely on a slight tilt here. Okay, this is about to get interesting. Because this is downhill. Okay. Initial climb 5500. AV 127, rotate 127, safe climb 133 on a flat 3. Okay, that's good. Check. Just verified. New sky. New sky is looking fine. Right, we're gonna pay attention to the frames on this takeoff. Alright. Just new traffic. Just pick 3-5 Papa. Takeoff now. Runway 27 on a lift 1 whiskey departure. Just new traffic. Alright. Toga. Hundred knots. 8-1 enter rotate. Pause right, gear up. Flaps another level. I mean, look at us though. We're looking pretty damn good. New traffic, Chesapeake 35 popping out, airborne passing altitude 2,500 feet. Climbing now, flight level 320, which is new traffic. Beautiful departure into the sunrise. No great, you all can see my yoke fuel, whatever. Standard pressure. I could use another bite to eat. I've some stuff in the fridge. We'll dig into it in a moment. Go autopilot 1 now. Not looking too bad at all. Alright, so the setting I enabled earlier. One second, I'm looking it up now. It's rebar, okay? So it's resizable bar. And what it allows you to do is, you might notice, okay, our regular memory is looking a lot better, right? We're about this time we'd be looking at about 23 gigs. What resizable bar allows is it allows your CPU to access more VRAM than it could initially. Okay, now there are plus sides and downsides to that. So if you were to look over at our memory right now, this number here would usually be in the 23 range, right about now. Okay. Now it's down to 19. Now there's a downside to that. Okay, our GP memory would usually be in the 8.5 gigabyte range. It's currently sitting at 9.6 gigabytes, which for me is fine because I have, look at how much VRAM I have. I have 20 gigs of the stuff. Okay, but that carries the downside if you have, for example, one of these with 8 gigabytes of VRAM. Okay, but if you have the VRAM to spare, then having resizable bar enabled is actually a really good option, especially for flight sim, because it does allow your CPU to access a bit more of your GPU memory, which, as a reminder, is a lot faster. It's a lot. Your GPU memory is a lot faster. Sorry, I lied there. Your VRAM is a lot slower, but whatever. Still, it allows you to maybe squeeze a bit more memory out of your system, which otherwise would not be accessible to you. So. But I mean, but also look at our main thread numbers. Usually we'd be sitting once again, we'd be sitting in the 23 to 24 range minimum. Notice how we're sitting in the 19 to 20 range, 19 to 21 range, really. Okay, so this is allowing us to squeeze significant more performance out. What it's also going to allow us to do is it's also going to, a few people have found that it actually reduces some artifacting. Maybe not necessarily some AMD specific artifacting, but especially like rocks and stuff. Oh, welcome aboard, DJ Hayes. Or sorry, JD Hayes. So anyway, having rebar enabled on the system appears to be helping out significantly. You know, it's such a pain in the ass to set up between going in and out of the BIOS a few times. But yeah, no, it definitely is making a difference. Definitely making a difference. So 17,900. Next. Anyway, we are flying off to Plovdiv, Bulgaria, which is, I'm not flying the thing right now, but the plane's flying it. But thank you. The plane's flying itself right now, as do all commercial airliners. At least all modern commercial airliners. No, it's all good. I'll just go and explain the two parts to it. So you have the computer, I guess it's all computerized. So you have your flight directors, and then you have your. So you have your flight directors, and then you have the actual computer part to it, with your navigation information and everything. Okay. So this, you see this green line right there? That right there is your flight directors. That is what actually flies the aircraft. Okay. However, this here and this down here gives you performance information and navigation information. Okay. And that's also that's both pertaining horizontal and, or both longitude, latitude, but also altitude. Okay. So up here, if I wanted, so right now we're climbing, going past 2200, sorry, flight level 220. Right now we're going up to 320. If I wanted to make this 3300, it's gonna make the necessary change in the flight director, and it's gonna fly me up to level 300. But then it's gonna stop me at 30,000 at level 300. Okay. If I wanted to make a little turn, I could do it up here. I could do it up here, but let's say I had like a turn in my, actually like in my flight plan, which we probably do at some point here soon. Okay. Alright, pull the iPad. Right. So you have a turn coming up at Timmer, right? This is going to tell the computer, turn heading this track to this waypoint. Right, and this flight director is actually going to make that change happen to the aircraft. So, and that's a very, very basic overview. I'm not a real pilot, never will be, unfortunately. But that's just a very basic overview of how this stuff works. Now, if for some reason that this is getting wrong data, there's ways to, there are backups here that we can put on, or that we can tell the flight directors to listen to. But unless there's failure, not going to touch it. Right, what time are we doing? Due in at time 3070. That is actually not that far out. Whilst we're climbing, I'm gonna go and eat my Big Mac here. Damn McDonald's, you guys could do some work on your pickles, on your gherkins. Oh, my livery's looking beautiful today. My livery is looking absolutely stunning today. Turn landing lights off and all the other bits off. Yeah, I think we'll take RNAV approach for runway 12 at Pudiv. Alright, I'm gonna quickly put in this information here. So we're gonna be taking RNAV approach for RNAV Yankee for runway 12. Arrival RNAV Yankee. Runway 12. That's going to be via Rumen. Now this looks like is we're gonna be. We'll get to Rumen at. Or by Papa Delta 506. We need to be altitude 1,300 feet. Then the runway elevation is about 500 feet. Alright, so a bit high, but nothing out of the ordinary. Yeah, then it'll be turn final. Okay, not bad. In case you go around, it's climb straight ahead for 12 miles. Then make a U-turn heading to the VOR. Turning direct to Papa Delta to Victor VOR to hold. And we are a bit fast. That's fine. See how the aircraft slowed itself down? Right here. Shit food, but good food. So that'll make your top drop in roughly about 20 minutes. Let's see here. What is it recommending? What if we're going to flaps 3? Yeah, I think we'll go flaps 3 on this one, because it is an RNAV. And just because the hills right next to it might become a bit of a factor. So, yeah, plan for flat straight landing. What is the visibility looking like? Or what's the approach minimums looking like? Go 8:43. Okay. Now what's visibility looking like? Oh, visibility's fine. On a QNH of 1014. And the temperature is going to be 15. Alright, so top descent is in, roughly speaking, 15 minutes. 15 minutes till top descent. Pete Irish pilot. Welcome aboard HD movie 94, not 96. Sorry, just watching the Pete the Irish pilot. Don't mind us, we are simply flying off to Bulgaria from Moldova. Flying to a tiny field. Let's see here. If I'm right, yeah. So in terms of our landing, if we can somehow get off by Charlie, that would significantly save some time. Yeah, if we can get off by Charlie, continue via Delta. Or we'll be taxiing via Delta anyway. I'm gonna probably take stand 1-1 or something. This tiny little airfield we're arriving at. Tiny little airfield. And it's only an 8,000 foot runway, which is nothing. 8,000 foot runway. I mean, we just took off out of a 7,500 foot runway, and I've landed this thing in the past with 6,000 feet. It's fine. But anyway. I think the quickest I've ever taken off has been about 2,000 feet. Welcome aboard HD movie 94, 96. No, I'm right. Sorry, you're saying hello, IF in chat. Wonder if there's maybe a sentence you need to finish typing, or maybe YouTube is blocking it or something. Bloody package still. Then again, McDonald's does not offer the most nutritional value food. It's the best option for today. Cause I get paid here overnight. I get paid overnight, which is always nice. Question is, what are the frames doing currently? Oh, look at that. Look at that. 18 gigs of memory, but we are using a little bit more VRAM than we were. But that's fine. That was the intention. I just saw it again. I have to wonder. Let me look on the Discord. On the Phoenix Discord. Sorry, now I know it's not muted because it's not the first. That's the first time I've noticed that. Or, well, it's not the first time I've noticed that, but he's far from the gun. I gotta look back in the stream. just saw it. Just, I did see it. Here, we're gonna scrub through this ourselves. We're going to find out what's going on here ourselves. Okay, maybe I don't want to do close chat for now. Yeah, 5 minutes tops this time. There we go. There we go. No, I'm recording this. Let me, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go frame by frame here. Figure out what it looked like. I'm recording. Thank God I'm recording this. We're gonna go frame by frame here. Find out. See, now I know I'm not losing my mind. Alright, that's here. I'm trying to find it. It's for like it's like for like 20th a second stall. Damn it, just barely missed it. Alright, you know, it's time for a descent. So let's go ahead and begin our descent. Now continue trying to find it. Lot of traffic, just big 35 Papa. Beginning descent now, flight level 200 initially. Load of traffic. Destination data isn't what I'm talking about. There we go. Got it. Temperature dismissed again. Playback. Speed. Slower. $157. So I'm just trying to find this. There we go. Got it. Got it again. Got it. Found what happened. Found it. Going to report it to Phoenix. I'm happy I'm not just seeing things. I'm happy I'm not just seeing things. Okay. There we go. There we go. I don't know if that's AMD artifacting or what. I'm curious to see what other people think could be happening. But it appears to have only been affecting the Phoenix aircraft, because I flew the triplet the other day. It doesn't affect that. I'm so happy it's not just me who is seeing it. Because now I actually have screenshot proof that it's of it. Now I actually have screenshot proof that it happened. And it's for a tiny amount of time. A tiny amount of time. For nothing significant at all. Anyway, we need to continue our descent now. Flood of traffic, just speak 35 Papa, further descent now, flight level 100. Flood of traffic. Further descent now, flight level 100. You know what? Clear direct to Rumen. Oh, what's our current gross weight? No, you're right. Very low. Good. Flood of traffic, just speak 35 Papa, further descent now, altitude 4,400 feet. We are expecting the RNAV Yankee for runway 12 from Rumen, and we are currently proceeding now direct Rumen. Flood of traffic. It's 4,800 go. Okay, whatever. It's for a split second as well. An absolute split bloody second. Let me just get the train radar up. Yeah, we'll clear that. we'll clear those mountains, but it might be a bit tight. I don't think it's gonna be that tight at all. I just want to get the approach phase activated just so I can take a look at it right now. It might be a bit early for to get approach phase activated, but whatever, it's fine. It is fine. What do you mean I did? I have put in destination down. Okay, I didn't put in the winds. 3003 is 3 knots. 3 knot tailwind shit. Whatever. 3 knot tailwind up. I'm already set up for it, so I'll take it. Pollutive traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, reducing now speed to 50 knots. Pollutive traffic. So I'm gonna have a video that goes up, probably by the end of tomorrow. I wanted to verify a few things before I actually went to make the video. It's gonna be about push to talk buttons and how I'm able to have multiple push to talk buttons. Right. Because so right now I have push to talk button here, push to talk button on the yoke, push to talk button right here on the top of my thing here. And then also I have one over here right below my engine 1 startup switch. So I have 4 push to talk buttons. If I had like a little box like up here or something, then I might hook that up as well. Unit 1014, I think. Not mistaken. Unit now 1015. Let me just run the calculation again. Oh, yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine with flaps 3 landing. We are a little fast and a little high, and a little low, so we can go and drop that speed down. So I'm curious to see do we have any stutters at all today? Because so far I have noticed none. Now look at that GPU memory though. That GPU memory is dipping into the 11 gigabyte range. Okay. But that's also because the CPU, I'm allowing the CPU to use more of that VRAM. For those who are unaware, I made a change. I enabled a setting known as rebar. Okay, and what rebar allows your CPU to do is it allows the CPU to access directly your video memory. Now, does it allow? Now, what is the benefit of that? Well, A, you have extra RAM, but also B, instead of the CPU jumping through 15 hoops, including the regular memory to talk to the GPU, the two are now talking directly to each other. Okay, and the CPU is not only that, but the CPU is also able to offload some stuff onto your VRAM, which is fine if you have plenty of VRAM like I do. If you have plenty of VRAM like I do, I mean I have 20 fucking gigabytes here, right? Then it's actually a very, very good thing. Okay. Now, if you only have 8 gigs of VRAM, probably best to leave it off, especially with MSFS. But if you are consistently in a stage where you're only using, or not even using half your VRAM, right? You go ahead and enable it. I mean, worst case scenario, you're gonna disable it a little later. Okay. Explosive traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa reducing now speed to 30 knots. About to enter into the RNAV approach for runway 12. Explosive traffic. Okay. What it also does is it helps reduce some of that tearing, or some of those like rock, like bubbling, for example. Some of those MSFS artifacts, which maybe are not best things to have. Excuse me. Explosive traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa turning final now, RNAV approach for runway 12, showing us having roughly about 20 miles to run. Explosive traffic. Let's go ahead and take the speed down to 210. Go ahead and go flaps 1 upon reaching 210. Yeah, let's go flaps 1 now. Stunning views. Absolutely stunning views.
The cabin is now secure for landing.
Thank you. Livid traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa reducing now speed 180 knots. Sorry, 190 knots. Explosive traffic. Explosive. Plovdiv. Go flaps 2 now. Oh, and we'll wait another few miles before we take our speed back anymore. In a few minutes, we're going to begin to get the RNAV, and RNAVs begin to look for the field. And I think that the field, that might be it right there. Yeah, it is. I don't know why there's not an ILS for this, because it certainly looks as if the opposite direction would be worse for an ILS, or it would be worse for the RNF. Or for an ILS. So. Yeah. In case the go around is climbed altitude 4,000 feet, turn left heading, or turn left directed to the Plovid, or Plotiv VR. Plotiv traffic, just make 35 pop reducing now speed 160 knots. We got 15 miles to run. Final now for the visual approach. Sorry, for the RNAV approach for runway 12. Plovid traffic. Plotiv. 5, 4. You have flap string now. You're down. We did take a pretty significant shortcut. We are below our maximum landing weight by a pretty fair margin. Alright, let's pay attention to the frames on this one, please. Just did not need the approach mode activated. Okay. Take this over by hand in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. My controls. Follow them like directors. Visual with the runway. Kind of is that more direct view. We do have a slight cross tail one. Or, yeah. Agree with the fact that we're getting a tad high. Yeah, I really don't know why there's not an ILS here. Flood of traffic, just make 35 Papa, 8 miles to run, runway 12. Flood of traffic. Now, I think we've only done 1 or 2 ILSs on this entire thing. Noted. Lights are on those. Landing checklist complete. Okay. Reduce now final approach speed. Load of traffic, just make 35 Papa, 4.5 miles to run now, runway 12. Final call, load of traffic. Wind calm.
1,000.
Noted. Tad low, that's fine. We're on a 767. Land.
500.
Noted. Certainly got a bit of a tailwind.
100 above.
Continue. Land.
Minimum.
Continue.
$100. 50, 40, 30. Restart 10, 5.
Oh, that was a bit of a firm one. Oh, that was a firm. Bit of an underflare there. 400 feet per minute, 1.5 TGs. That was firm. Auto break off. We're gonna get, we'll get dinged for that, certainly. That was a crater. 1.52 Gs. That was certainly a bit of a crater. Pollutive traffic, just B35, hop in next to the runway, taxiing to parking. Pollutive traffic. Yeah, that was a bit firm. Oh, that was a bummer. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That was a bummer. You know what? It was still a safe landing, though. Just to make that crystal clear, that was still very much a safe landing. That was still very much a very safe landing. Is firm one. But remember, not all craters are bad craters. Not all craters will leave craters. Was it firm? Yes, but it was actually perfectly in the touchdown markers. And I think it was perfectly on center line as well. It's still safe. It was still very much a safe landing. So, though I am kind of disappointed that I had a bit of an underflare, it's still not bad. It's still not bad. Yeah, look at our GP memory. 9 gigs. That's fine. But I think if I'm not mistaken, we remained solid on 60, like all the way down. Which is very, very nice. That we remained solid all the way down. So I'll have to go over to Heathrow later. Oh, headache, you better not be coming now. got another 3 legs to do. And on top of that, we might do a bit of a Bristol leg. I do miss going. I do miss going to Bristol. Just gonna take this stand here. The news guy said we had a 4-knot tailwind there, or a 4-knot crosswind. Yeah, maybe we had a slight crosswind. I don't think we did. Maybe the winds have just changed. Yeah, the winds have changed now to 60 degrees. It's your 4 knots. Alright, GSX, you're not going to fail me today, are you? Wait for these engines to slow down. Alright, what's the damage?
The boarding requested.
Alright, what's the actual damage? 9.70. What did I say? Perfectly on center line. 2.24 meters max. 257 meters from the threshold, which is well within the accepted range. It was just a bit of a firm one, which there's nothing wrong with firm landing as long as it's not too firm. Okay, yeah, we were in the first part of that touchdown zone. So,
Passengers bus is coming.
yeah, I feel like we could have very easily maybe flared a bit more and flared a bit earlier and then flared it down, worst case. But you know, it's fine. It is still technically within the touchdown zone, which would start right here. And then it ends right there. So. No, look at that. Profit. Alright. Let's move on to the next field, which is... where now? Ooh, our next field is Poland. You're off to Poland now. Before we do that, let me just verify the aircraft. Yeah. Let's see here. Echo Papa Romeo Zulu. I think we're 10-9. Oh, this one's fine. 10,000. We have 10,000 feet to land at this one. ILS. Yeah, there's even a Cat 3. Oh. There's even a Cat 2. Yep, we'll be fine. We will be fine. Alright. So the next leg is from Lima Bravo Papa Delta. Papa Delta to Echo Papa Romeo Zulu. pretty file on VATSIM. Alright, let's just go ahead and get this set up real quickly. Merge time, yep, that works. A 321. The long bus. Book flight. Oh yeah, look at that, we got a bit more, a little less cargo, but a few more passengers. Not bad at all, if you ask me. We're doing this through the iPad here, so you can just begin to look down here, and that's all that'll matter. Load aircraft fast. All right. Alright, that's here. We are good. Flying is Patrolling Hotel Sierra 35 Papa. A cost index. I'm lazy, so just take a look here at the actual. Just take a look here at SimBrief. 23340. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we are going to let's see here. In terms of the charts, you know what place I'm craving to go to. We'll stop. We'll take a pause on the Euro tour and go thereafter. Do some UK ops. How about that? Maybe we'll do some bit of another tour that we're gonna work on. I have 3 tours I'm actively working on. One of them is a tour that we're not gonna see, that you guys are not gonna see until second half of September, minimum. The second tour working on is this one, and then the third tour is going to be mastering Bristol afterwards. Excuse me. Yeah, we're going to take 3-0 because the 3-0 makes sense on a Rumen to Lima departure. Departure via Remy 30 Rumen to Lima. Wait, what? Okay, what's the difference between the Rumen to Lima and the... I see. No, we are going to go via the Rumen to Foxtrot. Okay, and the reason why is because that gets us pretty damn straight, right? because it's pretty much direct waypoint rooming versus doing any of this like turning bullshit. So because so that would have been make the turn like that, get down, pass overhead the airport, and then depart like that. Now we're going straight out. Alright. I actually think we're about right now. I actually think we're about ready. A bit more.
Passengers bus is coming. Passengers deboarding starting.
Oh, no, that's a good sight. Now that's a good sight. It's here. How long till we're fully loaded? How long until we are fully loaded? Not long. So I'm just waiting for that final load sheet. Oh, we can also get performance data. .30 disable at 615p. No, I'd rather have a bit more margin than that. Flaps 3 versus flaps 1. Now that is interesting. It's interesting that. Not flaps 1 toga 2 toga, 3 toga. I'm gonna say that flaps 1 toga here is actually going to work the best. Interesting. Honestly, the flaps 1 toga is gonna work the best here, even though it'll be rolling down essentially down the entire runway. Yeah. So that's gonna be it. That'll make it 137, 149, 154 on a flaps 1 toga takeoff. Alright, in that case, let's see if we can get some trim numbers. Force toga, yes. Flat config 1 plus F. Calculate. Then it'll be up 0.7. Alright, and at this point in time, we're just waiting on fueling to be complete. And on this final pesky passengers to board.
Do you want to deboard crew?
Shut up, GSX. There we go. There we go. Got it. Ground, you are good to go ahead and prepare for push. Doesn't really matter to me.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
71.1 with 0 fuel weight. 26.4. So we will need to caution that. That's the thing we will certainly need to watch out for, being above our maximum landing weight.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
All noted. All heard.
Locking gear.
Interesting. QNH still the same? We can go and start new sky now. Nose right, tail left. Pull out of traffic, just be 35, pump and pushing back now. Stand wherever we are, facing east. Pull out of traffic.
Release parking brakes, please.
Parking brakes are releasing, you're cleared for push.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Number 1 first. Inboard engine.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brake set. I was wondering why my engines weren't starting. Forgot to do it. Forgot to switch the engine selector switch into start.
Unlocking gear. Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Pin number 2 now. Alright, yep. Go flaps 4 now. Nose light to taxi, AAPU off. Run quickly through a flight controls check. Full up. 4 down. 4 left. 4 right. Okay. Pluto traffic, just pick 35, pop up taxiing now to runway 30. Pluto traffic. Flaps away. Actually, go ahead and set flaps to 1 now. Initial climb is 7,000. No, if it's nice in the UK, we're gonna actually do something else. We're gonna do some VFR stuff out of Bristol. Okay, now that would be a fun. So Grumpy gave me an actually staggering idea. I just need to figure out how I do it. Is the issue. Give me the idea to write the letters 777 in the sky. The thing is that I probably want to do it via flying IFR, because I'd probably want to do it based on radar vectors, because it'll be significantly easier to do. That's the thing. I'd want to do it based in an IFR setting. Just because by doing it IFR based allows me to do pilot waypoints, and allows those turns to be a bit more accurate. Right. Should we do this takeoff with the yoke? You know, we might do a leg in a bit in a triple. So I'm missing nothing. I'm beginning to experience withdrawal from the triple. As if anyone could ever do that. Could ever experience that. I'm beginning to experience withdrawal from the triple. Because the 777 really does rule the world. Shitty rudder pedals. Very shitty, very shitty rudder pedals. Split of traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa, lining up. Runway 30. Split of traffic. And we are on a Ribbon 2 Foxtrot Pata. Let's go strobies on. Lights fully on. Once again, we'll pay attention to those takeoff, or to the numbers for takeoff. The VRAM is certainly elevated, but regular memory is actually down, and so are the CPU numbers. Yeah, we'll have to do some fun after this. Alright. V1137 149 154. Boy. They're that shit numbers. Really? 1 second. Yeah, they are. Flood of traffic, Chesapeake 35, Papa, takeoff now via runway 30 on a Ruben to Fox Pacha. Traffic. Thrust set. Go. Remember early reject if needed. $100 knots. B1. Rotate. Off center line takeoff, pause rate, gear up. That was a bit of a mess. Flood of traffic, Chesapeake 35, Papa, now airborne passing altitude 2,000 feet. Initial climb level 70. Flood of traffic. On now. Yeah, just to say it, I kind of have a bit of a fear of tail strikes. I need to learn to what the. I need to learn what my actual limits are and what to avoid. But I think, if not mistaken, maximum flare angle. I think it's about 7 degrees. Seven degrees. $11. So even now I wouldn't tail strike. I gotta get better with the takeoffs, I really do. And being a bit more aggressive with the flare. Flood of traffic, Chesapeake 35, topic climbing now, flight level 340. Flood of traffic. Damn it. No, I have been speaking. I have been speaking. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, how bad was that takeoff? Interesting. Wait, a voice server just dropped me. Oh, fuck you, Verizon. Fuck you. Fuck you, Verizon. Are we back now, or? Yeah, fuck you, Verizon. Wow. Wow. Yeah, this is kind of annoying. Verizon is kind of getting a little annoying. Verizon, this is beginning to get a little on the annoying side. Still having voice server issues. Interesting. I'm connected. I used to have. Sorry, I used to have 100% stable internet. Now I don't. Just kind of sad, but okay. Why is it not showing me on the network at all? It should be. I mean, I am on the network. At least. That's the saying. Are we back on the network now? Are we back on VATSIM now? Oh, yeah, we are. Now we are. Now we are. Okay, would it be possible to get out of Innsbruck and go up to Bristol? Would that be possible? It could be. Oh, what's David doing today? Okay, is it gonna show me on the network? Is that some radar gonna show me on the network, please? Thank you very much. Both area. Yes. Yeah, that takeoff was pretty awful. So get back to me. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Good thing that's off now. Boom, boom, boom. Current spoilers. Disarm those. Alright. Not looking too shabby at all. Yeah. Okay. How bad was this? Was this takeoff? I just gotta look. I gotta look at something with actual runway data. It was bad. It was bad. It was bad. I was just gonna say now that it was bad after the rotate or at the rotate point. It was bad. It was bad. I wonder if New Skies. I have to wonder how badly New Skies gonna take me out. I'm gonna guess that my betting good score is gone completely out the window. Now for Poland. Looking like it's gonna be a Cat 3er. Wind 260 degrees, 14 knots. Arrival in runway 27. Scattered 300, 2,500 meters. Yeah, we're gonna have to prepare for an ILS approach for that one, I think. Just because, yeah, we're gonna have to go Cat 2, I think, for our arrival into Poland. Let's see here. We're estimating Poland in an hour, so I mean we have some time. It has some time to clear up. But considering over there, it's got to be like what 6 a.m. by now, maybe 7 a.m. Kind to have low hopes for any of that to clearing up, so that's fine though. That is fine. I could talk to Fry at some point here soon. Might go after some tomorrow night. Thinking we might go after some UK domestic operations. Yeah, we might decide to go after some UK domestic operations tomorrow night. See if he wants to join. See if he wants to join along or come along. And you know what we can do. You know what we can do after this. Sorry, I need to get into this thing. I'm gonna see if this will allow me to do it. Going to work on reinstalling X-Plane. We are gonna do something fun, probably Saturday night. Probably gonna do something fun Saturday night, Sunday morning. That's the plan, anyway. I'm gonna not say much about the details right now, but we're gonna. Here, I just gotta. So, it has to do with X-Plane. In the meantime, so the Bing Maps is not bad. We're gonna do one at a time. Let's go. Let's do those two first. Okay. Let's get Europe installed. Go after North America and Asia. Cancel, you know. Yeah, no, I'm gonna cancel all that actually. I do need to. Okay, that's gonna be. Actually, I haven't run X-Plane yet at all since reinstalling it. Yeah. That's here. X-Plane. Alright, we're gonna... This is gonna take some time. Which is why we're gonna do it now. Okay. Then if we're lucky, then we can actually get into potentially the A330. The TELUS A330-900, which is a Neo. It would be nice. James is dragging me back into X-Plane. He's dragging me back into X-Plane. I'll have to go through and yeah, I did promise James the Saturday night though. Call me fat ass. $20 nuggets. 20 nuggets. ETA is about 1 hour out. I continue to look at the METAR, but more likely than not, it's going to be a Cat 2 approach. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. Ooh, a nice, lovely contrail right there. Nice, lovely contrail. Those clouds are becoming more apparent. Kind of hard to see how those clouds will disappear by the time we get there. That's stupid. Okay. Bless you. Are you okay? Shit. Shit. So I have updated meter now. Visibility's now up to 3,100 meters. That said, though, not an option for switching runways. That said, though, we do have an iOS, so that's something. We have a Cat 2 capable iOS. No official Cat 3, but we gotta go around, so. That's though it has improved a little. So that's good news. R21 Bravo via Renly. Got about another ton to lose before we're at our max. Before we're at our max amount of weight. But yeah, I think we're gonna prepare for a Cat 3 approach. Let's go to what it is here soon. It's improving a little, so I mean that's something. David. Come on. Get up here. Get up here. Being the good boys, right? You're being the good boys. Top percent is roughly 20 minutes out. I'm really begging for some UK ops right now. Switch over to that. Maybe we'll... If XPMA is set up by that point in time, I'm going to go ahead and restart the stream after a PC reboot and... Yeah. we go. Here we are now entering into some significant cloud buildup. Me turn as of 26 minutes ago. I think there might be the potential for wind shear on this approach. So as the cloud's broken at 200, what does that put us in comparison to this ILS? That puts us, so runway elevation 670 feet. That puts us, so that puts us at right about 15, what now? To 200 feet off the runway. Sorry, so 200 feet off. So okay, broken at. Wait, it's broken at 200, and yeah, broken. Visibility 3,100 meters. Hey Google, how many miles is 3,100 meters?
3,100 meters is about 1.93 miles.
1 mile final. So mile on final is when we'll probably get the runway in sight. I feel as if still, even with Cat 2, that's still cutting it close. We might end up in a bit of a diversion here. That's a. All right, you know, I'm gonna start drawing up plans for potential diversion. And we're estimating to be there with 6.1 tons of fuel. But I'm gonna start drawing up plans for diversion because this thing does not have a Cat 3 runway, which means we have to hand fly after our minimums for Cat 1. See here. What's Echo Papa Kilo looking? Still not great. About diversion. I mean, Frankfurt would be a bit of a stretch. Istanbul would be a bit of a stretch. What is Vienna like? Because Vienna might be a suitable diversion airfield. And yes, we are drawing up plans for diversion now because I'm not convinced about that visibility. What's Vienna looking like? Where's the 10-1? Okay, that would be something there. What's the weather looking like? Weather's not looking bad. So 320 degrees, 14 knots. Approach. So 240. So we'd probably take runway 29. Oh, runway 29. Yeah. I think we're gonna drop plans to divert to Vienna if we need to be. Alright, let me just run to the restroom real quickly and we'll finish drawing up those plans for diversion. Back. Alright, yeah, we're gonna drop plans for diversion to Vienna. Just because I'm not. We might get another batch of METAR within the next few minutes. Though to be honest, I'm kind of doubting it. I'm gonna doubt that we will. So I'd rather at this particular stage in the game, I'd rather divert than risk 2 go-arounds, and especially if the initial go-around is because of visibility, there's no point in doing a second attempt. We're just gonna take the diversion. And this is not a Cat 2 runway, or this is not a Cat 3 runway. It's Cat 2. But yeah, it's gonna be borderline. Wait, I just got updated as of 4 minutes ago. 160 degrees 3 knots. 3,400 meters visibility. TSRA. I think that's torrential downpour. You know what, I'm just gonna call it now. Thunderstorm with rain. And you know what, combine that with the broken, we're gonna call it now. I'm pulling the plug now. You know, thunderstorm clouds, low visibility, low visibility. We're just gonna divert to lows. Or so we're just gonna divert to Vienna. You know, and the way we're gonna do that is, I'm just gonna Are we below our maximum landing weight? We are now. Direct turn now. Low. Traffic, just pick 35 Papa. We are going to make a diversion due to poor weather over to Vienna. Currently turning direct to Vienna. We will advise of further intentions. Traffic. Alright, let's do some muckiness here in the secondary flight plan. Lima, Bravo, Papa Delta. Alright, that's here. Turning now to, so just turn now direct to, alright, new flight. Direct turn now low. Can take runway 34 for arrival. Approaches, take an ILS approach for runway 34. No, let me see it, if there's any arrivals available. No, not really, not seeing any arrivals, so skip the arrival here, and we'll just go direct for ILS approach for runway 34. Is that a Cat 3er? Not that it really matters. I mean, it'll be a windy arrival, but it'll be a windy arrival. But okay. And take ILS runway 34. We're gonna take that from past 5 November. Okay. Activate that. Direction now. Pizzat. Is that correct? Yeah, it is. And Vienna traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, you're turning now direct waypoint Pizzat, and that is on the ILS. That is for the ILS approach for runway 34. We are taking the transition from PES 5 November. Vienna traffic. That doesn't matter between 3-4 and 2-9. What's... Yeah, no, they're about... Yeah, 3-4 is a bit of a longer run. We get the... Yeah, we'll just stick with 3-4. Yeah, we're shooting 6-3-4. That gives us a pretty significant touchdown zone. Yeah. Just because this flight is going horrendously. Well, that confirms that we're gonna... That confirms that we're not gonna continue with this... With the Eurotour, by the way. At least not until the weather clears up. What I'm going to do is I am going to declare an emergency on this flight, and we're just going to continue inbound to Vienna. And the reason I'm declaring the emergency is for the sake of anyway. How long do we have until top descent? Top descent will be in about 10 minutes on a cost index of 6. Estimating Vienna with 5.6 tons of fuel. Yeah. See what AI has to say about all this. Got about halfway to Pampa Ruiz. See what AI said about all this from the Mabrava comments. Morning, Fry. Ooh, interesting. So we are on a diversion right now from. We're on a diversion because due to poor weather at an airport we were arriving into for Poland. So we are diverting now to Vienna. So. AI is funny. AI is funny. METAR showing light variable wind. It's not variable at Vienna. But with that said though, it's 320 degrees 14 knots, so it's not bad. Sorry, just having a conversation with AI about it. See what AI had to say. Oh, that is interesting. A320 inside an A350. Interesting. So. Okay, this is like completely. See, wait. Sorry, just trying to figure this out here. Fried. I don't know if I put this on the what do we call it, Discord. I was talking about it earlier on the Aeronaut Discord. I have some bad news relating to my quest to become a real life pilot. It's like bad news, like bad news. You know, that's like half the reason I chose it. So. So remember how I went ahead with a full neuropsych, as directed by the FAA a few months back at the beginning of March. I got the results for those today, and they said that they could do. They said that they could approve me for third class medical, not first class though. Just a few things, which I was kind of expecting near the end of it, but they said that I prioritize accuracy more than speed, at a bit of a dangerous level, is what they said. Which I can kind of understand. So. QNH for it's the requirements. It's the requirements and what you can do. So, for third class medical, that restricts you to pretty much flying your own plane, and you can fly someone else's plane, but you can't fly commercially. You can't get an ATPL. Then you can go to CAT. Then you can get a class 2 medical, which is what a lot of people start out with. 1018, temperature 12. And the first class medical, or sorry, the second class medical allows you to fly airliners, but not necessarily have an active airline transport pilot's license. And then you have, your class 1, which is what's required for flying commercial airliners, with passengers in them and all that stuff. So, I don't know if I explained it very well. You can look. Don't quote me on the differences, but essentially, if I wanted to pursue a pilot's license, I would be purely restricted to class 3. So. 769 for the ILS. And I'm gonna go ahead and prepare for a Cat 3. or sorry, not for Cat3, for a config 3. I think that they have their own, actually. They can't quote me on that. But you will need to get a medical. You will need to get a you will need to go through a medical examination. Now I know for a fact that I'm not if I'm not eligible for a first class medical, then I'm certainly not eligible for a I'm certainly not eligible to become an ATC here in the U.S. But I think they need a first class, if I'm not mistaken. Though you can't quote me on that. We have some pretty strict requirements here in the U.S. for ATCs. Right. Let's quickly run the numbers for the auto brake setting, which I think it's going to be auto brake low into Vienna because we're in a 321 and we got a 14 knot headwind, or equivalent of, yeah. So I'm going to be surprised if this is not a I'm going to be surprised. CFM low runway 29 populate weather. I am going flaps 3. What's our estimated landing weight? $71.1 plus 5.5. $76.6. That's not far below our max. Yeah, what I thought. Auto brake flow. Auto brake flow. Wait. Still auto brake flow. And how long till top descent? Now. Vienna traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa going to begin descent now down to flight level 150 initially. Vienna traffic. Yeah, let's take a look. ATC medical requirements. Yeah, let's see. Traffic. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they get. I don't think they get much McCalls. That said, though, in the UK, a valid Class 3 medical certificate, which I probably am eligible for. Alright, anyway. Let's see here. Fry, out of curiosity. True. 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 Well, it means that I can never be a commercial pilot, so. But they did say, they also said, though, that if I were to pursue that, they'd want me to go through some extra cognitive testing and extra cognitive enhancement, so. They said my accuracy with everything was on point. It was just, I was slow. Imagine me being told I'm too slow. Yeah, that's what they told me though. I'm not speedy. I'm not fast at all. So. Anyway, enough about the sad bits of news there. Might try to go into aerospace maintenance. Maybe I can repair your. Yeah, I understand the decision as well, and I respect it, and I kind of agree with it actually. So. And I mean, this is the reason I haven't gone through any formal real world pilot training. And I've gone through, I'm going through the P1 for VAT UK, but I haven't gone through any real world outside of VATSIM pilot training, and this is the reason why. So it's a bummer, but it's the way it is, and I respect it. And if they don't think I'll be safe up in the skies, I'd rather me not be up in the skies and the skies continue to be safe than maybe up in the skies and there would be an extra risk. Anyway, let's see here. But I might try to go into aerospace maintenance. That'll be fun. That'll be some fun stuff. Allow me to work with my hands a bit more, which I do very thoroughly enjoy. Which I do very thoroughly enjoy. You know, all this. This is not. By the way, this is not a pre-built desk at all. I built this desk. Gosh, I think it's about a year ago now. I built this desk to fit my specific needs. If you remember the old desk, the old desk was, I mean, it was probably about 6 inches shorter. It wasn't built very well, so right, it was out of the cheap shit. I mean, I built this desk, done a bunch of plumbing projects in the house. Before I move out, I gotta finish dealing with this wall here. I have a wall here, and last year after I pressure washed the patio, I have a pipe that goes up in between my ceiling and yeah, ground handling seems like it might be a good option for me. Speaking of ground handling, I think those ground handlers need a lot more training. I think that we all heard about the Lufthansa 787 Dreamliner that had a nose gear collapse. I'm not gonna say it collapsed though. I don't think it collapsed. I think that they were testing. I think that they were doing some form of maintenance. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. They all need more training. That's a connection, especially if you're gonna have ground handlers, who have to be in trucks and have to navigate their way actually like on taxiways and on the airfield. So they all need more training. And then even the maintenance guys, those guys might need more training as well. There's been a few aviation incidents recently that have been the cause of poor training on that front. Every single one of them needs more training. There's no excuse for not giving those guys more training. There have been a number of incidents recently. There's been LaGuardia, there's been Frankfurt, there's been a bunch of close calls relating to ground handlers, relating to ground personnel, maybe not the best training ever. Alright. What do we need to be level at now? Vienna traffic, just pick 3-5 Papa, further descent now, flight level 100. Vienna traffic. Yeah, just get that. Yeah, I'm gonna get the ground spoilers up just so I can, or the speed brake up just right now. Fry, you wanna do some form of UK leg after this? I was thinking, maybe something to Bristol, because obviously we're getting stuck here on the Euro tour. Level 3000. Okay, that's doable. Might be a bit tough, but that is doable. B level is 3000. Turn now direct. Foxtrot India 3-4. Or no, whiskey. What's this way right here? Whiskey 975. As we pass 10,000, I can get the gear down, and that'll help increase drag. I heard about that one. So the LaGuardia incident, which I think we all remember, I think that was very clearly caused by, at least in my opinion, that was very clearly caused by some form of lack of training on the fire crews, because they had those like bars that told you when to stop, and they didn't. And the training should be that you don't pass those bars that are right before the runway unless those bars have turned to green. So there's that front. Can I just 101? Yeah, there's a lot of incidents recently that maybe could have been avoided with better training. There's been a lot of pushbacks where, including one here at Baltimore, where they've had a wing strike or tail strike. Well, sorry, a wing strike with maybe another aircraft. I was saying there's been a lot. So. Vienna traffic, just big 3-5 Papa diversion to Vienna. We got 10 miles on a base for runway 34 Vienna. Ouch. Ouch. Let's see. So like an A350 like spawned on top of you. Yeah, I see that. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. If you want to get a flight in. Maybe it doesn't involve some Egypts. I was thinking maybe going from somewhere in northern Scotland down to Bristol, potentially in like 319 or 320. Well, for me it would be the 319. If you're up for that. You could also probably just use GSX to warp yourself out. Or just fucking wallow P. Go flaps 2 now. Nope. Nope. Ouch. Pull out the Wallopy hammer then. Get a supervisor involved. Tell the supervisor this idiot spawned in on top of you and that you've asked him to go away. And yeah. Well, he spawned on top of you, right? It wasn't even. I mean, had you been on the ground for like a good 15 minutes, or a good like 5 minutes before you spawned in? The gear down now. Just because I can drag. Reduce now speed 180 knots. Cleared approach. Look faster up. Go some more flaps now. Beginner traffic, Chesapeake 35, hop reducing now speed 180 knots. Maintain still established. We are turning final now for ILS, we're turning 34. Vienna traffic. In the wall of Peewit at least. Alright, okay. I mean, if you were on the ground for like a good 5 to 10 minutes before them, and they're refusing to, leave, just wall up here and get the supervisor involved, and now they get to deal with the consequences, especially if you ask them to move. So, see how many hours does this idiot have? Oh, you have not asked him to move. Yeah, no, that's something different. And they have 3,800 hours total time. Ouch. Yeah, that's a lesson I'm learning. Having a lot of experience on Bat Sim does not necessarily mean that you're exactly good at it.
2,500.
Where's my glide slip? Oh, they're still far out. Still really far out. That is a fair analysis of life. If you're like me or grumpy, then it's no mercy. If you're the idiot at Queenstown, no mercy. Especially, I mean, okay, at Queenstown, I was pissed at that with that incident at Queenstown. I was pissed. with that. Yeah, even you said that. Okay. Well, I had like waited like what at that point in time 40 fucking minutes for departure due to this batch of arrivals. And I was talking with the supervisor, like, yeah, it's like this guy's gonna get kicked. Just because they had timed themselves to be in perfectly to not allow any arrivals to get out. So it's yeah, no, that one was. It was funny. That one was funny to watch, but that one was deserved. I had an incident at Gatwick, back in August of last year. There's the final leg of the first Euro tour, and this idiot, mind you, we have Tower Online. This idiot tries to overtake me literally 300 feet off the ground. He walloped for me. The tower walloped for me. Because it resulted in me going round in a 777. I was pissed after that incident. And then because of that go round, I had to declare minimum fuel. Alright, are we gonna clear these mountains? Might be close. I think we will. Whoops. Yeah, it looks like it, but it's still gonna be tighter than what I'm used to. Vienna traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa, 15 mile flat runway 34. Vienna traffic. I wasn't aware that I was this far off. Yeah, I wasn't aware that I was this far off, though. I thought I was going to turn final. I didn't have to descend as rapidly. Oh, Friday, have you ever wanted to have multiple push-to-talk buttons on VATSIM? I asked, because I figured out a way to do it. And that's going to be a video later on this week. Pushed off recording it. Just because I wanted to verify with SEP that there's no code of conduct violations, which I have verified that there are not. Because technically you're using unauthorized software. But because you're doing it to emulate a key press, it's completely fine. Have you ever wanted to have multiple push-to-talk buttons for VATSIM? There we go, flaps 3 now. We can reduce. Okay. Well, I have. Go down 60 knots. Maintain until 40 me. Maintain until 5 dm actually. Alright, well, I've been needing some extra push-to-talk buttons. You know how I always used to have to remap my push-to-talk button? Because I use the yoke and I use the stick. Now I have 4 buttons. So I have the top of my tiller here. I have a button right underneath my engine 1 master. Then I have these 2 buttons as well. Alright, anyway, let's see here. Lights are on. Jack. Flaps 3. Ground spoilers armed. Okay. Getting glad slope now. Vienna traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa, 7 miles to run now, runway 34, speed 160 knots, maintain until 5 dm. Vienna traffic. That'll be a video later this week, though. Just had to verify so there's no code of conduct violations, which there are not. Not intentional. Try to pass her. whatever. Introduce now final approach speed. Winds 310 degrees, 14 knots. Vienna traffic, just pick 35 Papa, 5 miles to run, runway 34. Reducing now final approach speed. Vienna traffic. Why are we... Oh, I know why. This is interesting. We are actually at final approach speed. I know why. I know why it's so high. Alright.
1,000.
Noted. Take this over by hand in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now. My controls. Okay, main thread's beginning to suffer a little for the first time this stream. Noted. Land.
100 above.
Continue.
Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30,
Go around.
20. Retard.
Just pick 3, 5, Papa going around. Flaps in. Gear up. And I'm mucking this up again. Arguably should have gone in. I should have gone around earlier. All right. Climb to 5,000. Yeah, I didn't like that in the end. That's my first go around, and well, I did do a few go rounds yesterday at Shoreham. Turn right, direct. Foxtrot Mike Delta. And Vienna traffic, just pick 35 Papa, turning down direct. Foxtrot Mike Delta. Traffic. Arrival, ILS. Nice. Nice. Alright. And we are going to skip the hold. No, we're just gonna fly. What's the reciprocal? 339. One 59. Vienna traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa is turning now, heading 160 degrees. This is a downwind for the approach for runway 34, Vienna traffic. Damn, what a flight. In Vienna traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa going back down to an altitude of 3,000 feet. Vienna traffic. So Fry, I enabled something, and I wonder if it might. Well, actually, you have 8 gigs of VRAM, if I'm not mistaken. So it probably won't benefit you, but it will benefit. But it does benefit a lot of us. I enabled something known as rebar in the BIOS, and what that does is that allows me to use, or that allows the CPU to begin to touch VRAM in addition to regular memory, hence reducing the load on my actual memory, but also increasing my load on maybe something I'm not quite taking full advantage of. For example, my graphics card. So, very. Now, it has its downsides. For example, it does use more VRAM. If you don't have the VRAM, then don't enable it. But it tends to work pretty well, or it's working pretty well for me. Vienna traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, reducing now speed 160 knots. We're gonna make it turn for final here in a moment. Vienna traffic. Get their gear down now. Again, just because I need the. I need the drag. Go flaps 2 now. Go flaps 3. Alright, in case of second missed approach, we are turning direct. But what do we have the fuel to get to? Is the question. How much fuel do we have? 4,005. 45, 40. Might be direct to Frankfurt. Land probably on the wrong runway for that. Or Munich would be a pretty good option. Vienna traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa turning final again for runway 34. Vienna traffic. Yeah, in case of second go around, we're gonna go direct to Vienna. Or sorry, not Vienna. To Munich, and it'll be a Cat 3 approach. Turn direct to Munich. To Munchen. Munchen, as the locals say. .340 degrees, 14 knots. Sorry, 310 degrees, 14 knots. Vienna traffic, Chesapeake 35, Papa turning final, runway 347.5. Sorry, 8 miles to run. Maintain speed 160 knots, maintain till 4 mile final. Vienna traffic. So what is our approach speed again? 148. This should be our VREF. What's your course speed? 75.55. Okay. No, 152. So. See you in a bit, Fry. The next flight's gonna be from somewhere north, somewhere Scotland to Bristol, I think. To a round trip, most likely. Vienna traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, final gun for runway 34, 6 miles to run, reducing final approach speed, 152 knots. Of Vienna traffic. Alright, let's get stable nice and early here. Just track that localizer in, or track that ILS in about 200 feet. Well, take it off. Take it off autopilot. We were supposed to get down half an hour ago. We were supposed to arrive in Poland half an hour ago. But then we diverted from Poland due to thunderstorms to Vienna, and yeah. Let's actually get this aircraft on the ground now. On the ground now, please. Because we don't have. We're going direct to Frankfurt after. No, I did. Final call Vienna traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa landing now, runway 34, final call Vienna. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No. My controls. Continue. Continue.
100. 30, 40, 30, 20, retard.
Oh, second time's a charm. Crosswind 8 knots. It was a bit off center line, but you know, that's fine. We're down at least. Vienna traffic, just Big 35 Papa now clear. The runway taxiing now, stand Foxtrot 36 via Delta and Whiskey. Vienna traffic. At least we're down. I'm tired. Got to stay awake though. Excuse me. I need a place from. We're gonna fly within the UK now. We're gonna do some, maybe potentially some UK shuttle operations. But we're gonna fly. What if we were to fly 777 to Cardiff? Out of Heathrow. that would be funny. That'd be funny. And the reason it would be funny is because in the real world they actually do the same. They actually do. BA will do a few of those every year. Because Cardiff is where they do maintenance for all their triples. Or for a lot of their triples, anyway. That might be a good idea. I'm not going to do a Heathrow to Eddie, though. We've done that like 15,000 times. Kind of bored with those. Oops, made a wrong turn. Today I'm Vienna's fucking humongous. Oh, we could do Düsseldorf to Bristol, though. Could go Düsseldorf to Bristol. No, that one would be a pretty good flight. Or better yet, what's my status on X-Plane? On the X-Plane map enhancement stuff. Because if that's about done, then I'll just do that. Stand Foxtrot 36. Yes and no. Yeah. Yeah, a nice flight would be, a nice short flight might work pretty well. Not necessarily a super short one, though, but getting stuck here on the yurt where we due to bad weather at the next place. I mean, even this is actually diversion, so. Thinking potentially Dusseldorf. Ooh, now that might be a good one. Bergen to Aberdeen. Yeah, we can do that. Alright, now we're not going to make any money off this one because I decided to emergency after that takeoff. After that takeoff and this diversion, so. Alright. See you at Bergen in a few minutes, mate. And Dex name's not going to be ready first by tonight. All good. All good. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, I decided to declare the emergency. Okay, that takeoff wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. That landing was not that bad. I mean, it wasn't great, but it was not that bad. This is so anyway. All right. So Bergen. Ouch. Yeah, my computer just didn't update as well. Speaking of Grumpy, have you enabled I think it's called rebar in your BIOS? Because it might help you out for when it comes to frames. And it certainly has helped me out today. And what it does, to my knowledge, can't quote me on this, it allows your CPU to begin to use some of your VRAM. Oh, nice. Yeah, I just enabled it last night and decided, you know, let me give this a good test, and it's helping me out massively. Bergen. You know what? Let's go Eddie. Let's go Eddie. Eddie's always good fun. Let's go Eddie instead. We'll go Bergen to Eddie. Let me find a stand. Let me verify there's no traffic. Okay, there is one bit of traffic. You know what? If you're gonna take the big bus, I'll take my big triple. You know what? No, screw the triple. Take this guy. This guy's good fun. And on a short flight, this will be fine. Go stand 10. So your new flight. Pop up from NBR to Eddie. Book flight. You know, is there a... Wait, okay, well, I doubt there's an A3 4300 there. I would doubt it. Yeah, there's not. Book flight. Free flight. You know, aim for maybe 615 off blocks. Alright. You're going CN20, CN24. Alright. I'm gonna go 605, and then that gives us through. It gives us well over 20 minutes. Flight. Connect. Yeah, I know I haven't reinstalled my flight. Okay, just to say it, David's missing out on this thing. He doesn't like it. I can't force him to like it, but he is certainly missing out. Turn the power on. 1, 2, 3. Crew supply on. Boom, boom. And once again, these CRTs look incredible. Anybody's did a fantastic job with these CRTs. Okay, this main thread's getting hammered more than it usually would be, but I think it's doing better. I know he doesn't. Which, after their behavior with A350, I can't say it, I don't understand. But at the same time, I mean, just because they blotched up one aircraft in a horrible way, doesn't mean they're gonna blotch up all the others. Already got it. Nice. Import all from SimBrief. Instant. Screw GSX. Unit request. Check database cycle. Are you telling me I'm due for new nav data? Is it napped out? Surely it's not napped out a day already. Son of a bitch, it is. Okay, well, I'm gonna hold off before updating any nap data because they're gonna break it again. It feels like we just had one. It feels as if we just had one like a week, like 2 weeks ago. All right. Anyway, runway 17, bot 3 Charlie departure. One seven. Pot's that pot's 3 Charlie. What are our fuel numbers? 0 fuel weight 144. Sorry, 147.7. Center of gravity 26.23. I'm doing that right. I'm doing that correctly, right? I mean, it's 0.5 off, so we'll double check everything. We'll double check what it thinks the gross weight is. 26. Go 26.3. I think it's the top number. What's our actual gross weight then? Let's say. Alright. I think we're fine. Yeah. That seems about accurate. Alright. Performance time. And I can actually not have to use SimBrief here. Because this thing actually has decent performance with margins. Think whether. Alright, 135, 138, 145. On the flaps 1. Alright. One 138. 145. Well, actually, this thing doesn't give us the margins, does it? I'll run those numbers in SimRiff just to make sure they're not horrendous. Flaps 1. 62.2. 26.2. No, I'm an idiot. 5.4 up. And then flex to temp 5.3. Just verify that those numbers in sim brief. No, I don't really like those numbers. Only gives me 475 feet of margin, which, knowing how I flare, we're gonna eat through like cake. What about, well, flaps 3 maybe work a bit better. Oh yeah, flaps 3 better is better. I saw that you were having trouble. I saw you were having trouble. It's been a solid minute since I last used that thing. And part of that just because the innie is so much better. I mean, the innie does everything you need it to do. Now, it is kind of an unfair comparison just because Aerosoft is a 600 and yeah, that EFB in the Aerosoft is a joke. Just to say it's an absolute joke. That said, that it has a good system. But I mean, so it isn't really a fair comparison between the Indy and the Airsoft, at least not entirely. But when you combine everything all together, if you want an A340 and you don't care which version you get, right now Indy is a lot better. Because they give you the freighter, they give you some really good texturing. My only thing about it is that this here doesn't quite fit right. Right, this MCD doesn't quite fit. Considering this kind of older flight deck. I mean, if they were to add some extra texturing to this thing, problem solved. That's my one gripe with this thing. But that's something I can easily look past. So, alright. I think I'm ready for an APU. It's still 5.4 up. Yeah. Oh, the other one final gripe with this thing that I have is that default view sucks. Just to say it. The default camera view sucks. Right. Before I get going anywhere, I just want to do a dead flight controls check. Yeah, that is one of those things that it's missing. I don't know if any's ever gonna give us that though. But yeah, I would like it to have it. But yeah, add those basic features, and maybe, I mean, I haven't done anything special with the system depth, but I think it's fine. I mean, I don't know if it automatically gets the wind data in real life, but maybe that's like the one area. But I mean, if you can get past those issues, those small things, then you have basically a Phoenix level aircraft. I mean, I don't know if I don't think any of these circuit breakers up here work, but yeah, whatever. Seeing maybe any Tolus collab. Now that would be an interesting idea. What's QNH? 1012. Yeah, and any builds Tolus collab would probably make a real Phoenix competitor. All right. Initial climb via Sid is none. Like, we're going up to flight level 400 from here? Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna let you go first, just because I'm gonna be slow behind you. Thank you. Aeronaut 35 Papa ready to check?
Here you 5.
Thank you, Catch a 5 as well. Thank you for that. I would completely forget. That's one of those things that I feel like needs to be standard or standardized throughout the entire thing. Comms automatically on. Oh, look, it's actually rendering your gear today. All right. It's rendering you as the wrong aircraft. That's interesting. Is he that? That's weird because it was rendering the That's interesting because I always kind of felt as if it was rendering as whenever you're in the A350-1000, it was rendering you in as an A350-900 or sorry as an A350 as an A359. Um, that's interesting. I'm not av geek enough to know what they look like off the top of my head.
Of less than traffic, Nordic 609, stand 29, pushback, nose facing right.
Actually, I think I know why. It's because it's the wrong VMR, isn't it? Yeah.
Very good traffic there, not 56 Tango from stand 24. Push and start facing north on Whiskey.
I know the issue. It's a VMR issue. This will be fixed in 5 seconds, hopefully. There we go. Fixed. Fixed. I'll throw up the updated VMR on Discord. Boss for cruising.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Flashing traffic, Nordic 609, taxiing to holding point Alpha 2 via Whiskey and Yankee.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
First lane traffic, or not 35 Papa, stand 10. Push and start now, facing north. First lane traffic. Yep, just waiting for GSX to move.
Locking gear.
Get all as many fuel pumps on. Nose left, tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Pretty much released.
Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Whiskey Yankee.
Beacons on. Oh yeah, we'll make it. Oh yeah.
Please pay close attention to this important safety briefing.
Please set parking brakes. Unlocking gear.
parking brakes low pressure. Alright, AP bleed on. Ignition start.
Flashing traffic, Nordic 609 via Alpha 2, taking off runway 17, Gokab 2 Charlie departure.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Have a good
Left
flight.
is clear. Right is clear.
You too, sir.
The closest exit is 8 feet behind you. Please stay moving.
Alright. So 2 and 4 up now. Go 1 and 3 now. Don't know why it still says IRS alignment in 1 minute, even though I've been waiting for it to be off 1 minute for significant time now. Get flaps to 4 now.
I'm flashing traffic, Nordic 609, passing 1100, last call, flashing traffic.
Oh shit. I figured out the issue. In Fleshland traffic, you're not 35 hop out. We're gonna have to hold here for probably about the next 7 minutes. Sorry. That was my mistake. Full up, full down, full left, full right. That was my mistake. Evening, Max. I just made a very, very embarrassing mistake, which is going to cause a delay. No, it's all good. It's all good. To be honest, I was kind of expecting it. One of them. And I was wondering why it said 1 minute. Thought it was a bug. No, this one was set to the other one. So now I'm stuck here for the next few minutes. I thought it was a bug, then I looked up. Shit. It's not a bug. I think it's fine now, actually. Yeah, Yeah, it's saying Stinger. Alright. Meantime, do a flight controls check. Check the rudder. Fine. Left. Right.
Police on traffic at 956 Tango, lining up runway 17.
I think my issue's fixed now. Flesh on traffic, you're not 35 Papa taxiing now. Holding point, Alpha 1 for runway 17 via Yankee. Flesh on traffic. Grumpy, you have to look at the Discord. Last night I finally got the results back from my, psychology stuff from back in early March, and they said that I'd be eligible for a Cat 3 medical license, not a Class 1, which means career as commercial airline pilot's out the window now. Which is sad, but I was kind of I kind of saw it as a long shot from the beginning anyway. Yeah, I was expecting it. It's not like it was it's not as if it hit me big mentally when I found out last night. Maybe they did say that even that though is they need to put me through a program that would see cognitive enhancement. They said that my accuracy was really high, but my speed is very slow. They said that I was in the very, very high level when it came to accuracy, but like rock bottom when it came to speed.
56 Tango, takeoff runway 17 on a up to 3 Charlie departure.
That's what they said. Takeoff config normal. That's good. That was almost good of you. But going down private pilot license route, maybe I might. They also said that the UK has different rules, so could try there. Yeah, I agree with that. I've only been here a few times over the year, or over the past few months. I did not fly in and out of Oregon much. It is a nice airport. And I really should get here more often. Oh, they never picked up the phone. So, with them, I'm kind of at a loss. They told me to call them back because I'd missed their first call, and then both the times that I tried to call them, which, I mean, I'll try again after the stream. Well, it was weird because it said like the line was busy, so salespeople. However, they have been the only ones so far to have given me a hit.
56 Tango airborne over 17 passing 2000 direct Depot 2.
Flush on traffic, Aeronaut 3-5, Papa lining up now, runway 17. Flush on traffic. Said like the line was busy or something. I'd really need to give them another code. Roderick Max, flaps 3, ground spoilers armed. Alright. 134-138-146. Oh, to the trim. 5.4 up. Flush in traffic, Aeronaut 3-5 Papa, heavy takeoff now, runway 17 on a pot 2-3 Charlie departure. Flush in traffic. There we go. Knots.
V1.
Rotate. Bots right gear up. Noticed my mistake that I made there. That I very quickly tried to correct for. Any shit. They're the only ones who do it as well. You do this weird thing with the radios and the flight directors. Servers to climb now. Oh, Grumpy, you're an absolute traitor to the Phoenix. Whoops. I am so out of practice in this thing. Flush on traffic, Aeronaut 3-5 popping out, airborne passing, altitude 4,600 feet, climbing now to level 400. Flush on traffic. Yeah, did you see my silly bug in the Discord? It took me a minute, it took me a good 5 minutes to find find a usable screenshot that I could send over to Phoenix. But I noticed another bug that I've noticed a few times this past week. Essentially some purple markings on the screen, and it lasts, it's very rare, but it will blink purple once every few minutes, or sorry, every like hour or so, or once every, or not even once every hour, like once every flight. It is very inconsistent, but it's happened to me on the past few flights with the Phoenix, and it's for such a short amount of time. I mean, your eyes can see it, but even scrubbing through YouTube, it's kinda hard to see. Thank God I had the raw footage for it. Yeah. Oh, well, unless they can actually experience the bugs themselves, which admittedly it is hard. But yeah, I know what you're saying though. They certainly need to release a hotfix for all these bugs. Look at this rate of climb in this thing. It's stunning. Autopilot on. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with them over there at Phoenix. I have to wonder, are they just waiting on, are they just waiting on one big hotfix update, included with the VNAV update? Because SU5's been out for a minute now. It's been out for a month and a half. And to have, oh yeah, 4 APUs. Yeah, but I'm very impressed with this thing. And I said it in my video that I made on it, giving it first flight in months. This thing, I think I excused it last time that I flew it, or the last time I properly flew it, for poor handling, but the Moza changes that entirely. It doesn't fly like an A320. It shouldn't. It shouldn't by any means. It flies slowly. There's none of that input delay that David complains about. I mean, it's gonna feel like there's an input delay because it's slow, but there's no. It's not a delayed input. When you fly it light, it's completely fine. It's when you fly it heavy in which you begin to notice that, okay, there might be this delay, but it's not delay though. It's hydraulics. It's really slow. It's a really slow system. And once again, the CRT is beautiful, absolutely stunning. Max, I have a potential setting I want you to consider enabling in your BIOS. The setting is rebar, and what it allows is, well, if you're VRAM limited, then you might struggle. But what it allows is for your CPU to begin to access some of your VRAM, right? And so my VRAM right now is 13 gigs. I would have never touched that without the setting enabled. On the other hand, when usually my main thread is up there, is really far up there in terms of frame generative time, it's back down to where I can get a solid 60 frames per second. Now my VRAM, I'm using 13 gigs of that stuff, but you know, I have VRAM to spare, so. I'd be struggling right now if it wasn't for that. Alright, landing lights off, nose lights off. I've had some, but it's mainly when I'm pushing it to its absolute limits, making me think that it's more of a PC limitation, less of an AMD. Well, AMD's their driver should still have the ability to kind of lock it down and say, you know, we're not going to allow this one process to have any more performance, or to have any more of our stuff if we're maxed out, instead of just having the computer crash in a weird way. that should be a driver thing, but they don't have that for some reason. So I've had a few instances. That said, though, since I did my Windows reinstall, I have not had any. But I'm gonna go back on that and say I haven't tried to push it to its limits again. Just because if it breaks, it breaks, and that causes extra residual issues with Windows. But in terms of overall sim stability, though, sim stability's been fine. Sim stability's been perfect. That said, though, I'm not going to say that those issues don't exist. So. Yes and no. I think if I had to make the decision again, I'd actually probably go with... I'd probably do a bit of a side grade and go to a 5060 Ti. Just because NVIDIA has so much better drivers. Now, I lose 4 gigs of VRAM there. But... on the other hand, it gives you the really solid NVIDIA drivers. It gives you DLSS, assuming they haven't removed the shit, which I think someone said that they did. It gives you all these other benefits. So if I had to do it again, I'd go to the 5060 Ti. That said, though, I'm not regretting my purchase yet. At least not significantly. But yeah, if I had to do it again, I'd stick with NVIDIA the best I can. Because I have had a fair share of issues. We have a nice, good amount of separation here. Alright, it'll be runway 24 for arrival. I think I'm just gonna go straight in. Oh. Perth 1 Gulf arrival. We'll have to see how it looks, but I think I might just go... I think I might just skip that arrival. Just go direct for a final approach. Oh, this. I think it's like a weird... I think it's a localizer. I think it's like... I think it's a look. It's in here somewhere. Aircraft settings. So I think you can disable it. PVI, I think is what it is. Yeah. PVI. Para visual indicator. Yeah, it's a localizer. Predecessor to modern heads-up displays and look. Okay. Yeah. No, we're gonna have to give it a We're gonna have to give it a test. Usually I just look down here at these CRTs, which I cannot get over how good these things look. I mean, look at that. They even give you the debris on the actual glass. They give you each individual pixel. Now, the screen might not correspond to each individual pixel, but that's the balance between usability and looking good. I mean, especially if you were to look over here, it gives you the actual curvature of this of the CRTs. So. Usually vector from about 20 miles from. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing. So you're saying you probably vector not far from Ashland. Because I think that's what I did last time. I'll read this on my phone. Eddie, arrival, ILS 24, and then in the event that we get ATC, which we might, not ruling it out, just throw that in. But ATC in the UK always gives you vectors. Don't know if I've ever gotten a clearance when it comes to ATC for non-vectors to the approach. Let me just adjust the speed real quick. There we go. Estimating Eddy with 13.9 tons of fuel. Top of descent at time 7010. Not bad. Top climb at 6:43, so 4 minutes. Alright, if we're gonna... Okay, let's begin to see if we can do something here. Something a bit more advanced. Can this thing even do fixes? We can do offset. I might. Oh, Zurich to Bristol, I might. I might. I'll have to think about it, but yeah, maybe, probably. Back to flight plan, then click top left button. Ooh, there we go. I thought it was hit any waypoint. Runway 24. Uh, 060 degrees. And then give me a 10-mile final. Morning, Joanna. Joanna, we are in this thing. We are in the actually good A340. Not that the Tollus doesn't feel great. No, well, I got stuck. I got stuck because I had to do diversion due to poor weather, due to thunderstorms. I did do one leg of the Euro tour. Then I diverted. Then I was going to arrive into Poland, looking at the chart ahead. And the fact that it wasn't getting any better, even whilst being halfway there. It was thunderstorms with low visibility. It's like, not doing that. That's an immediate diversion to Vienna. At which point we did a go round at Vienna and very nearly diverted to Frankfurt. So, and then Grumpy, as we were parking at the stand, as we were vacating the runway and taxiing in at Vienna, Grumpy offered me a flight, and I'm not going to say no. So I was already kind of going to be done for the Euro tour for the day anyway. Just can't get to an airport that's unsafe to land at. I think it's just wrong timing. Anyway, plan. There we go. Alright, now can I put a pilot waypoint from CI 24? Let's try that. I've already had a few things go wrong myself. Let's see here. I'm gonna call this Papa Hotel 24 Bravo. And we'll make that from CI 24 on a heading of 180 degrees. Do that on a 10-mile basis. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, I do understand what he means by the 737 is a bit different to fly. No, I did that wrong, I think. But I mean, at the same time, it's just so bloody rusty. There we go. Nope. I did do that wrong. Papa Hotel 24 Bravo. Go from yes, we are in the correct. We are in the correct 8340. So from CI 24 on a heading of 180 degrees, 10 miles. Shit, which one is it? Oh, all good. It is the first one. Did I not save it? And I'm hitting the wrong buttons. Baba Hotel 24 Bravo. Charlie India 24 on a heading of 180 degrees. No 10. 10 miles. Sure. Didn't seem to quite get it. Oh yeah, these CRTs actually look really good. These actually look incredible. Anybody's did a good job with these. They did a freaking phenomenal job. I mean, the only thing I will say, but this is a balance between usability. No, I think they're fine, actually. I think they're fine. I mean, I can read them just fine. And usually I'm the one who has the issues reading these things. So, I mean, in real life, I can understand that they're a lot more difficult to read. But this is where I say the balance needs to come in between usability and looks, and they managed to do this. They managed to do a pretty good job of this. I mean, if you zoom in far enough, you can see the pixels, but you can kind of see that these numbers don't like really align with the pixels very well. But once again, there needs to be a balance. The main thing is when you zoom in, you can see those pixels, even if the resolution's a bit weird. You can see the curvature, you can kind of see the glass in a way, but you can also still read them with pretty high resolution. So. Oh yeah, that's right. They're They're weird. Other way, you know what I'm saying, though, right? So, to be honest, if they, my only, I have 3 issues with this thing. This McDo is kind of awful, or it looks out of place. Yeah, you can. Yeah, the dots. Yeah. So, anyway, my only issues with this thing is that is that this here is a bit out of date or out of place in my opinion. You should have the older. There are older styles of the McDo here. There's no printer function, and then the final thing is that this thing is a bit CPU heavy, and that's across multiple flights. So fix those 3 things in any builds. Intel, maybe team up with Tolis on better systems depth, and you can probably have a Phoenix level competitor at the A340 level. Not that Phoenix has an A340. Alright, descent in about... It's about 10 minutes. Go in about 9. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah, it wasn't enabled. I was watching that Island Sim Pilot guy, and he was talking about this rebar stuff and how it should be enabled, and just how the it a bit more to the VRAM. Then I looked into a bit more and found out that it was not enabled on my computer automatically, and so I enabled it. And so we've been testing it today, and it has certainly reduced a lot of the CPU load. I mean, my VRAM is up there now to 12.3 gigs, but you know what? I have VRAM to spare, so I don't care. I mean, and so I'm able to get, for the most part, a solid 60 frames per second. So. Anyway, it's enabled now. It was disabled for some reason. Yep, bigger chunks of VRAM in one go. Yeah, makes sense. I wonder if David has that setting enabled. He probably does, but I don't know. But knowing him and how much knowledge he knows about this stuff, he probably does. Into Eddie. QNH for Eddie is 1012. Temperature 10. Wind 240 degrees, 07 knots. I gotta guess this borrow. It's 296 for the borrow, if I'm not mistaken. It's 296, isn't it? I'll look in a moment. Actually, no. I think it's actually on the dot directly. No, I think it's 301. So the 296 or it's 301. Oh, 300. I was close. It's 300. That was close. I didn't quite get that. I didn't quite catch it. This is the first. I just realized this is the first time that we're going into Eddie in not only a while, but since they added the new stands. You know, I've never done this thing. I've never done a go-around in this thing. Never done go-around in any A340. Alright, thank you. Let's see here. Yeah, I see there's an easy. And then an RJ. Yeah, they might interfere. I mean, worst case scenario, I have to take up a hold. Which, knowing how to hold in this thing, not always a bad idea. Let's see. I see that. That's got to be a fun one. We could really use some control, I think. I might take up a hold. If shit gets chaotic, I might take up a hold. I mean, I think it's gonna be me and the RJ tying. Edinburgh traffic, Aeronal 385 Papa, descending now, flight level 70. Edinburgh traffic. How bad is the Heathrow winds? Because the Heathrow winds have been pretty horrendous the past few days, haven't they? I've been at Heathrow twice in the past few days, and the winds have been horrendous. Ouch. I actually prefer the rain. And it's gonna be weird to sound, but I very much prefer the rain. The rain adds extra challenges to the day. We've been having some storms over here as well. We just had, we've had a whole day of rain today. And when I say rain, I mean downpours. Bad downpours. Downpours so bad that BWI shut down for a bit today. I couldn't agree less. Though summer over here is bloody hot. I mean, 35 degrees Celsius daily is annoying. It's like that's like the minimum. That's like the average. In some days it's hotter. We'll see what happens, but I may or may not take up a hold. Yeah, it would do it. It would do me as well. Thankfully, I do have AC. Have you guys ever thought about, for those who don't have any AC in the UK, have you guys ever thought about getting like one of those, like, I guess like portable AC units? They can, and they're not cheap. They're $200-300 depending on how depending on how powerful you get them. But it's like, so you can actually take them down during the winter. And then let's say you have a few cool days, then if you don't want it up at all, and it's like this tiny little unit. It doesn't like sit on your window. It has like a little thing that sits inside like your window, the door for the window. They're actually quite nice. My dad has pretty poor AC, and that's why he manages to get by. I mean, to make it bearable, it might be a good solution. Especially since your houses aren't built for AC. I mean, they're not like these horrendous window AC units. They're right. They're not like the old-fashioned window AC units. They're different. Yeah, I think that's what I'm talking about. I think you and I are, but I think that's what we're talking about. Yeah, the ones over here are a little cheaper. Well, the cold you can deal with. Getting cold you can deal with. Getting hot. That's where you struggle. All right. You know what I'm gonna do? This is gonna take me extra time, but that's fine. Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 385 Papa reducing now speed to 50 knots. Edinburgh traffic. Exactly. Exactly. Why does it have to be global warming? Why can't it be global cooling? I did not. Oh, oh, I see now on YouTube chat. You're gonna hold. All right. I'll do the same. Why? Why were you ascending? Oh, now I have to hold. Sorry, I see it now. You're gonna hold northbound, or what are your holding intentions, or is it on the thing? I'll just hold northbound. Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 35 Pop is going to follow the traffic in front, and we're going to hold over Ascend. It'll be right-hand turns, heading 180 degrees, 360 degrees. Edinburgh traffic. You're gonna hold at flight level 100. Right. I'll hold at, or I'll continue to descent. Okay, what's up with you today? Why are you constantly trying to go max vertical speed on me? Oh, I'll hold it. 110. Damn, 69, not crosswind. Which means we're actually moving in that direction. Oh, Grumpy had asked about it as well. It's a PVI. Yeah, there's the information on it. It's a PVI. So essentially another screen for a localizer. Before HUDs were introduced. I mean, it doesn't give you any vertical guidance, but it gives you horizontal. So it gives you something. Gives you a localizer. You can disable it if you want. Though I tend to have all the extra gadgets. You know, I have the brake fan, I got the... Yep. Oh, yeah. Very. Alright, let's see if so I've told this thing to hold. It's in the McDo here. Let's see if it's actually going to hold. There we go. Now it's getting it. And to be honest, Trump, you could probably exit the hold button now. If you wanted to. Edinburgh traffic, you're on 3-5 Papa entering into the hold now at Ashland. It'll be 1803, 3603 right hand turns. Edinburgh traffic. What's it doing? What's it doing? Once again. I didn't touch that at all.
Edinburgh traffic at 056 Tango, leaving the hold at Ashland and continuing with a direct to Charlie India 24 and reducing flight level to 077.
Johnny, you saw how it just decided on its own to go vertical speed plus 6,000. I didn't even touch it there. Any boats yet might have some work to do. Alright, now I'm on red alert because it's done this like 3 times now. It's causing me to get off descent as well. Thank God there's no ATC online. Otherwise, we'd be getting yelled at. It's not my fault, it's the plane. Get that before I forget. Edinburgh traffic, you're on 3-5 Papa Heavy is going to also leave the hold at Ashland, going to turn direct to Charlie India 24 for a straight in approach for ILS approach for runway 24. Edinburgh traffic. Just did it again. Okay, any builds, you kind of need to fix this issue. Because I haven't touched it. It's making this thing unusable. Understandable. Understandable. It's weird. It's the only flight that's ever done it. Again. Okay. NEA 343. Keep setting vertical speed. Alright. I'm trying to find some information on this. I don't know. I've never had that. I've never had this issue before. Edinburgh traffic. Aeronaut 385 Papa, reducing now speed 190 knots. Edinburgh traffic. Alright, I gotta keep an eye on it. It might be. It might be. Maybe I'll. Well, no, I'm not gonna be stupid. I'm not gonna fly this thing into Bristol. Come on. But you guys are seeing what it's doing. Actually, I have a theory. I wonder if it has something to do with the IRS alignment issue that or mistake I made on the ground at Bergen. I mean, it came up with the takeoff checklist, and so I thought it'd be fine. But then it's saying Cat 3 single only. So maybe they didn't align correctly. But I still feel as if it should have shown up in there and not giving me the takeoff checklist. Or at the very least, shown up there. I'll keep an eye on it. Nope, no failures. Well, I on the ground, I made the mistake of having this guy one click over. So, wonder if that's the issue. Oh, all good, mate. All good. Go flaps 2. Just gotta keep an eye on this thing. Third approach. Yeah. Oh. It could have just had something to do with me setting it up wrong. So this middle one was over by 1 click. And I pushed thinking it was a bug. So probably I should have looked into it a bit more. Anyway, it's cooperating for right now, at least. Speed 170, so we can get some separation. We'll go auto brake medium. I think we'll do auto brake max. Oh, let's run the numbers before I do that. Saying auto brake low. Compute. Yeah. Either way, I'm gonna land it now, just because it's being a bit weird. Get speed 170 for now, and then that'll, in the event of any weird or of any funny business from this thing, it'll allow me to some time to change it and to fix it.
Edinburgh traffic, Air 056 Tango, short base for runway 24, 15 miles to run, we'll call when ILS established, runway 24, Edinburgh traffic.
Wind now 220 at 9. Still the same QNH. Temperature now 11.
Edinburgh traffic and 56 Tango reducing speed 200 knots.
2,500.
Alright, noted. Oh well. At least visibility's fine. Supposedly, anyway. Is it raining right now? No, it's just scattered 2-1. Whatever. What you doing? No, you don't. That was my fault. That was my fault.
Edinburgh traffic and 56 Tango ILS established runway 24, 9 miles.
Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 35 Papa, 15 mile base, runway 24. Edinburgh traffic. I thought it was clear for the approach, probably Sim probably had another frequency. Maybe from Glasgow, I don't know. That's more my fault then. My fault though. Let's see. Yeah, I have to scroll down for the let's see. Right. The Grand Prix should be landed by the time we turn final. Depends on what Easy's doing. I should be number 1, but we'll see what Easy does. I should be number 2, Crumpy's number 1. Final approach speed is 131 knots. Right, don't pull any funky business this time.
Edinburgh traffic at 56 Tango, short final runway 24, reducing final approach speed.
Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 35 Papa, 6 miles from turning, final runway at 24. Speed 200 knots. Edinburgh traffic. I'm gonna guess about 2%. I don't know if I'm gonna join. It's Zurich to Bristol. That'd be about a 2-hour flight. I don't know. I'm considering it. That said, though, I do have a shift later. Okay, things appears to be cooperating now. Understandable. Understandable. So, yeah. So yeah, work by about 2. Or sorry, I need to be at work by 2. Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 35 Papa reducing now speed 180 knots. Edinburgh traffic about to turn final. So consider it'll be about 7 before we land. That's at absolute best 5 hours sleep. Just don't think I can make it work today. Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 35 Papa turning final now. ILS approach runway 24, reducing now speed 160 knots. Edinburgh traffic.
Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 56 Tango, runway 24 vacated, taxiing to stand 403 by Alpha, Lima and Golf.
They could really use some control today. I thought it was 3 now. So we'll get in the next 10 minutes, hopefully. If there's go around, then my chance of, if any, sleep go away immediately. Yeah, I doubt I can make. I just don't. I don't think it's gonna work today. Gear down, getting the glide slope. Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 35 Papa, 9 miles to run, runway 24. Edinburgh traffic. Glide slope established. Lights are on. Good. That should be the landing checklist complete then. Okay, so go around, it is climb to 3,000, runway heading 3,000 as directed. Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 35 Papa, 6 mile final now, runway 24. Edinburgh traffic. Alright, this is always the nerve-wracking bit here. Make her break it.
2,000.
Noted.
Edinburgh traffic AZE 46 Papa, X-ray, established RS runway 24, then last run, Edinburgh.
So he's got about 4 miles behind me. You need to prepare. He needs to be prepared for a go around, at the very least, a late landing clearance. Edinburgh traffic, Aeronaut 385 Papa reducing now final approach speed. 130 knots. Edinburgh traffic. Landing checklist complete. Good. If it wasn't obvious, this is the final leg for the morning. Final call, Edinburgh traffic, you're not 385, Papa. Short final now, runway 24. Final call, Edinburgh traffic. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now. My controls. Mind massive flare. Continue. Continue. That's firm. And off center line. And 1.35 G is not bad. Just really off center line. Which in this thing, center line is difficult.
Edinburgh traffic is E56, X-ray short final runway 24, Edinburgh.
Edinburgh traffic, you're not 385, Papa, not clear. Other runway, taxiing to parking. Edinburgh traffic. I was ready to tell that guy, you might want to go around. He is close. That's flaps away. It's furthest away. Go and taxi now, stand 406 via Golf. Now, has GSX gotten stand 406 yet? If I had to make a wild guess, it does not. Or in this case scenario, it's just not going to work. Yeah, we had a bit of a traffic conflict, but it was pretty good. Your GSX has a new stands. Mine is not working. Again, this is the second. I watched GSX the other day at Heathrow, but that was GSX being slow and you get in them wanting to get traffic out. That wasn't necessarily GSX having an issue. But this is just refusing to start.
Traffic easy, 46 Papa X-ray, taxis, FAK runway 24, taxis. Scene 18, Edinburgh.
Let me see if I can force it on by the time I get to the stand. Carousel. I doubt it. I'm not gonna. I mean, I can practice thing on my own. Screw ground handling. I don't know. I might have to reinstall. Annoying. Alright, Eddie is not optimized for heavy aircraft at all. These stands should be tiny, or it should be shiny, not dull like this. Alright, we'll call that good. Bargain break set. There we go. Very good. Not a bad flight. Let's find out the damages. I'm gonna guess 9.5 best. Not 9.05. It was not that bad. I don't think it was that bad anyway. Okay, the landing was okay. Landing I can agree with, but it was not that bad in terms of offset line deviation.
Edinburgh traffic easy 67 Juliet Delta A 6 miles established Alice runway 24 Edinburgh.
Again, maybe it was. I don't know. I don't know. Alright. Alright, well anyway, that's gonna do it for me for tonight. Not gonna join David in his stream just so he can get to bed. But thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been an absolute blast. Yeah, I know it does. So I accept it. So anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm off to bed now, and I will see everyone tonight. I think we're gonna be doing some Australian ops tonight. I need to confirm with Fry. Alright. See you later, everyone.